just set up my scene here real quick, make sure everything is turned on. Bear with me for one moment. Properties. Okay, on the checkbox, on the alert box. Properties. Okay. Editing. Alright, hey, how's it going? Let's put some music here, and feel free to let me know if the music levels need adjusting. Some of the songs are louder than others. And, you know, if the volume is louder than me, the volume of the music, that sucks for you, so let me know. Just adjust my mic there. Okay, I think this should be good. My pretty standard setting anyway. Alright, so levels sound good for now. Thank you, Lindsay. Alright, let's get this shoe on the road. I'm starting a little bit early. I just wanted to, you know, give myself time for technical difficulties, which, you know, when I don't expect them happen, and when I prepare for them and start early, seem to not happen. Imagine that. There's some kind of, I don't know, moral of the story there, I think. Yeah. Alright, so what we have this week is, this is the page that I drew last week. This is page 11 of Pack. And here we have a crime scene. Dark Brony Testament. Hey man, thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it. I hope to entertain you. And yeah, cool. How's your week been? So yeah, this is the drawing I did last week. I since took it into Photoshop and I played with the pencils. I'll show you that. Your inks. I have the original scan. A bit tiring, but overall pretty good. Yeah, it's been a tiring week for a lot of people, I think. Yeah, I hear you. But I'm glad to hear it was overall pretty good. It's cool. So yeah, this is the drawing I did on last week's stream. And then I just played with the levels and applied a median filter, which kind of just smooths out, you know, jagged, crunchy lines. So those have become my inks now. And I'm going to be putting in some textures, like the first 4 or 5 pages of the comic show this alley just previously during this mugging, and this is now the crime scene after the mugging was thwarted by Patience and his dogs of virtue. Vigilante justice left the would-be mugging victim in kind of a state of shock and trauma as he watched these dogs tear the 2 would-be muggers apart. So yeah, I'm gonna be using textures that I used on those pages. In fact, let me show you those pages real quick. Let's see. Okay, so this is the cover. It's page 1. See the little kid being confronted in the alley. This is all without the lettering on it. You know what? I have the lettering actually. I'll show you the lettering pages. Let's see. Yeah. There we go. So, this is page 1. Probably going to repencil this, but the colors are the colors that we're staying. Page 2, you know, a little bit more of this alley in the mugging scene. This little dog in the background, they draw his attention. The dog starts barking, they're laughing at it, until all the dog's buddies show up, and then they're like, oh crap. And here in the silhouette of their shadows, we can see the 2 guys that were about to mug that kid just getting like completely chomped down on by the pack, and blood splats. And then, you know, they're walking away from the scene. So, yeah. This scene, and then, you know, we cut into a backstory of the one dog, Humility, being found as a pup that was drowned for not being purebred. And Patience catches up to the breeder. Right, so back to page 1. And then after that, it jumps to Patience talking to Officer James MacHaggert. They're having a somewhat, you know, a heated discussion in a coffee shop. So then it comes to this page, which is James the day after that mugging was stopped. There's a lot of, like, you know, time jumping, basically. You know, flashbacks and then flash forwards and then flashbacks. So I'm going to be coloring this page, but I want it to match those other pages, so I'm going to be recycling some textures. For example, turn on my... Yeah. Like, this is a brick wall texture. It's a stock image that I purchased. And I'm going to be using a perspective transformation to put this in place on all the walls, and then applying some filters to, you know, make it match the art. So, I guess, without further ado, I can get started on that. And I like to, you know, work my way forward from the background elements. So, let's see. I'm gonna put that in art. Put that in backgrounds. So when I do things like this, you know, I end up with like so many different layers that I just have to stay really, really organized. So you'll notice, you know, a few times I stop just to like reorganize layers and all that. Yeah. So we'll call this background textures. And this folder will be reserved just for textures. So let's copy that again. So I can't actually see where the alley is, the actual like lower line of the alley is, but I know that this edge and the sidewalk's edge line up right about here, so that'll be base, and then I'm just copying the angle of these drawings here. The texture of a saltine cracker. No, that's... Yeah, actually, I mean, sometimes, you know, I do find myself using, like, weird textures, like, photographing, like, a grungy table, or, like, a carpet, you know? Just weird stuff. Weird stuff, but it seems to work. So now I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna flip it. Let's perspective that a little. Looks better. Okay, so now, oh yeah, fix that. Okay, that should be about good enough. So I'm going to merge those two layers And I'm keeping this, you know, untouched copy. So I'll be working with copies. Merge those together. And then, because they are way oversized, and that's unnecessary. Like right now, you know, the layers go way off the page. So what I did was I just selected what's on the page and copied that, and now I'm deleting the oversized layer. Now, that's the size of this layer. This way I can apply my filters and whatever. How old is Patience? I think Patience is probably in his early 30s. I'd say like early to mid 30s, maybe 34 or something, 32, 33, I don't know, somewhere in that area. Old enough to have, you know, filled out. He's a badass, but also still kind of young enough to be like agile and, you know, kick ass. Alright, so now what I'm going to do with this layer is image adjustments threshold. I'm going to get the hardest darks out of it. Cool. I'm going to make that a multiply layer and bring down the opacity quite a bit. So I'll just add some flat shading. I'm going to make another copy of that layer. And I'm going to find edges. I've lost my edges. Right, okay. So now I'm going to take my find edges and bring down saturation to make it black and white. Play with the levels a little to make the lines more linear. Linear. That's silly. It's pretty good, I think. Right. Yeah, so I'll make that a multiply layer as well. Okay, so now you can see this is starting to get a little drawing-y there. I think I'm going to take that layer and give it a slight posterization. And then maybe just bring down the saturation on that so it doesn't look quite as much like an acid trip. Well, I think we'll land happy somewhere around there. And I might come back to this and adjust it later, but I will call this P1 brick. Put that in a folder called P1 because I'm also going to add texture to the ground and the sidewalk. I'll just call that P1. So now I also have brought in from a previous illustration of that alleyway on page 4, I think. The ground layer. I might just copy that. Alright, so we have the street layer, the ground layer, the deep background, and the sidewalk. And just grab a copy of those guys and bring them down to my art layer. E1. Turn off those textures. So I'm basically kind of like right now reconstructing work that I've already done. But it's just for the background stuff. I mean, all these characters will still have to actually be like colored. And even all these textures are gonna have to be placed in a way that, you know, works for this page. For example, Okay, now copy that and get rid of whatever's oversized. All this around. Have you ever made references to other franchises in my drawings? Well, so I make actually a lot of references to other projects of ours from Oneshi Press, like our two big comic book projects right now are Tracy Queen and Pack, and they cross-reference each other quite a bit, even though they're not really in the same universe. They are close enough to the same universe that, like, they both go to the same coffee shop, for example. And I'll show you. So here we have Patience and James in a Tarmuk's coffee shop. And in that coffee shop, we see the window, we see outside, all the posters on the club on the other side of the street are actually like bands that I've worked with before. And then in the next page, we see Tracy Queen and two of her cyborgs in very poor human disguises walking by the window. And it's kind of like in the background, you know, like a small detail. These two are gonna have, dialogue bubbles. So, like, they're gonna be very obscured back there. You won't necessarily notice them, but then when you do, it's like, wait, oh, that's Tracy Queen, like, walking past them, you know, to go in to get a cup of coffee. And then later in her comic, she's in Tarmuk's buying a cup of coffee, and she sees all these, like, dogs outside, and this guy dressed like a dog talking to a cop inside. It's like, what the... You know, so, like, in that sense, they cross-reference each other. But, like, I'd be wary of, like, say, putting Batman in the background or something. You know, like, I wouldn't want to get ye olden lawsuit. And that is a legitimate fear, especially when you're self-publishing. It's like that all just would come right down on us, and we would have no one to turn to, no one to protect us, no big companies to back us up, you know. But I'm pretty sure, like, you know, if I was not indie, I wouldn't really be able to get away with any references anyway. Like, if I was working on a comic for, like, DC or Marvel, like, it would be really difficult to sneak a reference past them. And they generally would not be okay with it, unless it was one of their properties that they have the power to give a go-ahead for licensing, you know, whatever, licensing an appearance or a reference to, you know. I don't know how likely that is, though. What I have to make sure is that anything not covered by these foreground elements or even midground elements like these characters has texturing where it's needed. Yes, I think that's pretty good. And I was hoping to get away with reusing this background, but it looks like it's not gonna be big enough to cut it. Might have to rethink that a little. Put these guys in a layer called, or a layer folder called P1 ground. So another thing I was thinking was actually taking really blurred out version of an image of cars with sirens, just as like a loose texture in the background. Let me see if I can. So there's supposed to be like, you know, this is a crime scene. There's definitely gonna be cars and whatnot on the street, and I'd rather it just be like barely visible. Let's see what I can get out of this. I don't know. It might not work. Something like that though. Actually, that's probably too small. Anyway, I'm just gonna mess around for a minute because sometimes that's where good ideas are born, and sometimes it's where good ideas go to die. This is probably not gonna work. Scaling is all off. It's all off, I tell you. Yeah, F that. I think I'm going to revisit my page 1 background. Rather than trying to invent a texture, I will keep it consistent. Or, no, it wasn't page 1, I'm sorry, that's from page 4. I have a larger version of that. LD Bean, hey, how are you? Gorbsy, hey, how are you? Oh my gosh. Woo! Yeah, sorry, I completely just lost track of my chat there for a minute. I was like rambling and doing things. HBU, I'm amazing! Oh, you are amazing. I'm good. I'm alright. Lindsay's good, and LD Bean is good, and Gorbsy's good, and Dark Brony Testament is good. Everybody's good. Dark Brony Testament says, yeah, I can understand that. It makes subtle references that won't get me into too much trouble. I made a reference in my fan comic to an anime I love to death called Requiem for the Phantom. Right. Jayel Draco. Yes. I gotta get a soundbite of Gorbsy saying it so that I can like just have a command where Gorbsy says it. Maybe it'll be a command that only Gorbsy can use. Ooh. User specific commands are she, frou, fancy even. Alright, so I am now showing you all my little tricks and stuff. Making me all nervous. The nerves. But seriously, if you've already illustrated something, give it to me. Yes, give me that user-specific command, boy. How do I do it? Gorbsy, I don't know. You have to tell me how to do it. I definitely will do it. I don't know, man. I thought you were like the typey code ninja who knows how to do that stuff. I know you are. You're the typey code ninja. Just admit it. Rename card! Hey dude, what's going on? Oh, Nightbot. You're so sad. Everybody, a moment of silence for Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot. Yes, baby rage for Nightbot. So I'm gonna take piece of texture called Pillar Right. Make a little copy of it. Yank it out of my scrap folder. And put it right above my bricks. And get it all into this thing here. It's like the edging of the brick wall. We'll see if this works. But will it work, Trebek? Same old. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, lol indeed, Nightbot. After I finish my current project, I'll be doing one more before moving on to original concepts. I'm going to make a lot of metal references. Awesome. Yeah, I think, like, referencing general pop culture things, if you're going to be publishing something, like, referencing general pop culture themes is totally cool, and you can totally get away with that. It's when you reference something that's, like, a specific copyrighted thing that is known to be, like, don't reference anything Marvel, because Marvel is owned by Disney, and Disney would sue a preschool for referencing them, you know. Or at least that's the word on the street. I don't know if they're still like that or not, but for sure, that is their, like, their legacy that their PR probably desperately wishes they could escape. Alrighty, so, and I think that those bricks are still a bit much. Let's take down this lightness of it. Lightness also desaturates. So as you decrease lightness, you lose. Actually, if you increase or decrease lightness, you lose saturation. Which is kind of cool. That helps. All right, so now we've got a general background going there. Cool. I like it. Muy bien. No, why is that stuff not in there? Get in your folder. Alright. Okay. So everybody's good. That's awesome, because, you know, I feel like that's really refreshing to hear. Now, I want to add all my graffitis. My graffitis. So what do we have? I don't remember what that says. I know I wrote it, but I can't for the life of me tell you. Tag 7 virtues and mandible frog eater, which is kind of like an inside joke. I think almost every project I work on, I use that tag on something in the background, like everywhere. It always says mandible frog eater. I don't know why. There's like one project that I was working on that involved a subway car that had that graffiti all over it, and I was just like writing stuff, and I was like, mandible frog eater. That's weird. Why did I write that? And now it's like become a thing that like I have to put that in everything. So let's copy that. Gotta copy that. Smiley, 7 virtues and tag. Copy that. Yeah. And drag those out of my scrap folder. Does your friend have a Twitch I can follow? I can't do Patreon just yet. My friend, which friend? You mean the one that I'm writing this with? Lindsay? She's on Twitch, but, well, she's writing this. I kind of co-conceptualize this, and she's actually doing, like, the writing part, because she's a writer, and I'm not. Respect to the fact that there are different arts, and they are not all interchangeable. I think you can, even if you don't have Patreon, I think you can still follow our Patreon campaign, and there's some things that we might put up for free for anyone. Oh, there's Lindsay. Yeah, I wonder what a writer's Twitch stream would be like. That goes on to this. Okay, I kind of messed that up. Try that again. The one working on Tracy Queen is who I meant. Yeah, that's Lindsay. The writer's Twitch stream would be boring. I can't talk when I'm writing like that at all. We could just read along with what you're typing as you type it. Yes, Lindsay also wrote Tracy Queen and is writing pack. And is also co-writing a few other projects along with this group right now, which is pretty fantastic. This mandible frog eater tag will go right on the front. This dumpster. You know what? Let me just make sure I'm scaling it correctly. Where's my... Yes! Alright, so it goes from almost the inner seam to almost the inner seam. So let's say something like this. And it's mostly covered by James, so that's fine. I just like to get everything as consistent as possible. Which isn't always very. Sometimes it's only slightly. Alright, where do I get that from? Okay, what page is that? That is on page 3. And lift that directly off of page 3. If I haven't already. It might actually... Oh, I know what it says. It says Patience. That's the main character's name. Yeah. Right, so there's like graffiti all over the town about like Patience and the pack and the dogs, and you know, like he's kind of becoming what would you say, like something of a underground, you know, like celebrity, I guess. Like I don't know if I could think of any good examples. So at 100% behind the brick line, and then at, was that 68% in front of the brick line? Okay. I'm gonna copy that layer and drag it out of my scrap folder. Sorry, I've got a couple of windows open, so I can't see the chat right now. That's temporary, I promise. I'm not abandoning you. Okay, I got you. I wonder if there's any writers who stream. That would be interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting concept. I really don't know how or if that would work. Not saying it can't, I'm just saying I don't know. And for everyone that stopped by, I just want to thank you guys so much, because really, really means a lot to me to not be here talking to myself, and the fact that anyone else thinks that what I have to say might be at least interesting, if not entertaining, is definitely Coolsville. Now, let me just check this, because I feel like that's not quite what I have going on here. Yeah, I guess it is. Just a little bit of line work in front of the graffiti. Oh, am I not? You know what? This layer is way too transparent. I gotta make that a little more opaque. Opacity. Yes. Maybe. Okay, maybe that'll do. Am I forgetting anything? Alright, so tag and 7 virtues, you cannot see, they're off screen. These 2 newspapers, that one would be visible. So let's see, that is Brooklyn newsprint. I think I copied that over into my scraps. I don't know if that would be visible either. It's between the green box and the cardboard box. Oh, and actually the smiley face is a little further back. Oh, it's the smiley face that loses. You can't see the smiley face, but I'll save it there in case I need it elsewhere. Let's see. So that guy's gonna go right there. I mean, you know, this is the next day, so I'm sure some of these pieces of garbage floating around the alley could have migrated. Migratory garbage. Big thing in Brooklyn, you know. There's just like huge flocks, herds of like, you know, flocks of newspapers that pass through on their routes. And, you know, there's a big problem because the more people try to clean up Brooklyn, the more these like migratory trash flocks are losing breeding ground, and, you know, they're going endangered. It's sad. Garbage is people too. I'm sorry. I should not be allowed to speak. Who gave me the right to talk? That's what I want to know. It was one of you. Right. Cool. So I think that does it for deep backgrounds. Want any smoke out there? I think it was more appropriate for the night scene. Save it there, but turn it red, so I remind myself not to accidentally turn it on. Okay, so I'm going to color in some of these background elements. Call this KG Midtones. Will patients age as the story progresses? So there's some flashbacks in this story. Again, it's kind of like a chronological. Jumps around a lot. Achronological. So there's definitely going to be scenes where he's younger. But this story doesn't take place over a very long period of time. So he's not really going to age much, if at all. Like, it wouldn't be noticeable. It's like I think, a couple years maybe. I'm gonna do this. Why am I not seeing anything? Okay, so I'm on Pantone. Inks are set to multiply. Background textures are on. Oh, duh. I didn't select a color. Let's just do this. Going to drag that layer over here, but just as a little palette reference. Bloop. Just like save it somewhere around here. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave it a little bigger so I can get better sense of detail. And that'll be mostly out of the way. Out of the way enough. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Turn that off. Go to this. Now, et voila! Not what I meant to do. Let's see, this trash can here is all one color. Desk. That was really hard to see. Dean, you were streaming earlier, right? I thought I saw a when I got home today, I saw a email notification that you went live, but it was already like a while since then, and I was like getting ready to stream. I was like, dang it, missed it. How did that go? Or did it not? Did you not actually? We are playing one of them games. Should be all connected. Alright. So we have the dark side of the trash. Inner lip will also be the same as the dark side of the trash because they are both shaded from the same light source. So they're both catching the same shade. Catch the same shade as that guy. Alrighty. So that side is done-ish, done-like, done-esque even. Now, separate these killers here. What up? The story is told with a lot of flashbacks, so we'll probably see him age somewhat, but he also wears that mask most of the time, so right, so we don't really know. That not what I meant to do, because I'm a maniac and I was coloring on the wrong layer. Sorry, guys. I just sometimes... What are you gonna do about it? that, which is not what I want right now. Okay, let's see. Yes, I want the top boxes do not match the color of the side of the boxes. That to be pretty darn close. Alright. And then this green bin over here. Never been over here before. So this first panel is by far the most detailed on this page. So the next two, I'm sure, will go a lot quicker than this. I don't know, I'm just rambling. Whatever, I didn't really have a point there. More just like FYI. Or maybe TMI, I don't know. Did I not switch colors? God, this panel is taking forever. Should have gone to art school or something. I mean, I've already been on for 45 minutes. No sign of wear, no sign of slowing down. No sign of an improved sense of humor. Oh God, it's horrible. Yay, bin thing. Alright, now I got a little trash bag over here. Need some trash bag colors. Top of that can. Let's talk about the top of this can for a minute, shall we? Alright. Just flood fill that with a slightly darker gray. Alright, our nicely junkied up, junkness. Alright, I think I can now safely get rid of that reference layer. So, who here likes cheese? Tell me all about your thoughts on cheese. Come on, don't be shy. feeling like those bricks are still a little... I want to say sharp. Oh, we'll see. Let's see how this pans out. Ah, yes, the fanciest of cuisines. Personally, I'm a fan. Yeah. I mean, I've met a few people that are like, ew, cheese? And I'm like, what? What? But I've never really heard a solid answer about, like, why. I mean, I guess, like, lactose intolerance is a seriously good reason for being like, ew, cheese. But short of that, so it's a mystery to me. Trunkbot likes Cheese Whiz, for sure. That's like, yeah. Come on. I mean, come on. Seriously. I feel like that's about how big bricks are. Maybe those are a little big. So subjective. Because I'm stylizing. I mean, this whole thing is one big stylization, so like, a lot of shit gets real dicey, real subjective. But let's just say that'll do. And then we'll copy this and make it P3. P2 of it. Photo instrument. Feel all layer mask. And blue cheese. Ah, cheese for life. I think we eat a lot more cheese in America than most places. American cheese. I feel like that's gonna be like the next, I don't know, like food documentary. It's gonna be all like sinister American cheese. Let's ask some people who are not in the States. Who here is not in the States and thinks that they eat as much cheese as I do? Yeah, blue cheese is not everyone's favorite. It's a little intense, it's true. I feel like this panel, I want to make the bricks even bigger. Just to like accentuate that zoom in, help separate the panels a little better. Alright, sweet. Yeah. Okay, so we'll call that key to brick. Call this P3 brick. Really hard to type when my keyboard is under my Wacom and I'm using one hand. I think that's like a special skill though, right? Like stupid human tricks, like I could type with one hand while my keyboard is under my Wacom. It takes me a minute, I misspell everything, but I could do it. I guess it's not much of a trick though if it sucks. Alright, so. Filter, find edges, image, adjustment, hue and saturation, desaturate, image, adjustment, levels, level up, bring up the darks, bring up the lights, la 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 la. Now make that a multiply layer, and the layer below it I will go to image adjustment threshold. How dark do I want to go with this? Okay, now I'll make that a multiply layer, and then I will bring down the opacity to about 50%. Yeah, okay. And lastly, I will go to posterize. Let's make that something 15 area, 16. Cool. And then image, adjust, hue and saturation, and bring down the lightness. No, not the saturation, the lightness. Get your hands in the right place, Draco. Alright. Doing this, it's working. Looking like a thing. One more time. I've got to eat, BRB, go eat. Have some cheese. Scary documentary, or even some cheese fries. Now, there is cheese fries. Is there a cheese fries layer in Photoshop? I can make one. I would need some kind of cheese fries image to start with, and I could make a layer out of that. There's also cheese fries in the fridge that could be toasted. I mean, unless you want to microwave them like some kind of weirdo. Who microwaves cheese fries? That's what I want to know. Ooh. What? New image adjustment threshold. Yeah, that. What did I just do before? That was weird. You should probably do that for great justice. For great justice, make your cheese. I'm gonna click on that link. Ooh, look everybody. Ooh, what do we think of this? Some frickin' intensity right there. No. Crazy, right? Okay. I guess the next thing, now that my brick layers are in place, I don't think I'll have any background midtones on these two layers because I don't think there's any background objects. Won't have pillars. Ground. I guess it's just that asphalt texture, which I called ground, even though there's a whole bunch of different kinds of ground textures. Asphalt? I don't know how to spell asphalt. That's why I didn't call it anything. Oh god, now I called it something. Now you're all gonna know that I don't know how to spell. My life, my poor life. People on the internet will know that I can't spell. There's still a chance that I spelled it right, though. I mean, that shit does happen. So there's a gradient shade on this. And I'm going to reverse the angle. And then move it up. Yeah. Right. And then I gotta put that behind the brick layer. Ow. Alright. Reordering layers is sometimes annoying. When you have folders and stuff and you're trying to like move something between two folders and it just keeps either going in one folder or the other and you're like, no, between the freaking folders, what's wrong with you? Photoshop, obey me. Like that. That's what it's like. So then, I've got these funky funkies, which are totally funky. That's why I call them funky funkies. They're just little texture layers that I've been using throughout pretty much all of Pack. It just kind of adds like a layer of grit to everything, because this is, you know, real gritty project here. Like, you get it in your teeth and stuff, you know? No. Right, and then my adjustments. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My borders. Alright, starting to look like a place. Sploosh. Oh, that was from that other page. Right, Patience's coffee cup spilled over. But here, I'm going to use it when the kid is looking at the coffee cup in the next page. I'm going to reuse that gag. Asphalt. Asphalt. No, you. That's where. And there's a P and an H. That's what I meant. Let's give Patience cheese fries face. Yeah. I'm probably at some point gonna have someone eating cheese fries. I mean, come on. It's kind of inevitable, I think, that in this world, someone would be eating cheese fries. And if I don't put that in, I'm missing a great opportunity for great justice. Okay, so my borders, also have a texture. And let's do this. Control A, delete, and then Control AV for move and nudge it back, and then blammo. Okay. Now my border's got this little texture going on with it. See, turn it off. So that's just like a flat color, and then I have this texture layer, and I'm using a layer mask to make sure that the texture layer is only where the borders are. Now I have this little border layer. Now you might wonder what the heck the purpose of all that is. Doesn't it seem like a lot of extra work? Well, the purpose of all that is, and why I'm doing this extra work, is so that on the next pages to come, when I just save a copy of this page, I do a save as and make it page 12. Erase all the stuff that is specific to page 1, keep any of the elements that will be reused in page 12 in a little scrap folder, like this, and then it saves me a lot of time in the long run. So sometimes doing things that take... Is it my ass's fault? No, I didn't spell it asphalt. But I did make a mess. Could have been worse. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and assert nothing, because it would be a lie. I was almost going to say that I'm done with the backgrounds, but I'm not. There is one other detail, which can be seen here, which is where the kid is now huddling. On this wall is all these posters. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, some of them should actually be visible here. Maybe not in the third panel. For sure, I think in the second panel it would be appropriate for them to be visible. Not like that. Let's see. Or... Right, so the kid is at this point pretty much sitting on or next to that box, right next to this garbage can, so the Java sign would be directly above him. Sally Huffman's for Senate would be to the left. Okay. But you know what? I'm going to cheat it a little, because I really want to be able to see the sign that says report a crime right above the police officer, because, I don't know, it just feels legit. And, you know, I'm just a stickler for, like, everything ever being self-referential, like, meta humor. I don't know why I'm just like that. I think that seems about right. Okay, now I will have to apply a median filter, tone down some of the detail, because I feel like these will just be way more detailed than everything around it. I think median is the way to go. Not that much, though. Yeah, it seems about right. And let's give it a drop shadow. Zabadoo-da-bow. Ba-da-bwa. No. Drop shadow. Where are you? Seems legit. See, the other cool thing about these texture layers is, let's see if I can just yank a copy of one out of here to show you what they actually look like. It's actually an old printing plate, and it's worn in the middle, and all of like the ink stains are around the outside. So it gives everything this kind of vignette feeling, as well as like this paperish kind of texture grain. And a motif throughout pack is like newsprint and wheat pastings, like everything. Like there's just newspapers everywhere. It's newsprint. That's like just a part of the gritty motif, right? So I feel like this kind of helps push the color more towards a newspapery feeling color. And it gives everything a vignette, which helps the light source stay focused in the center. And it just gives it this kind of like more focal, like gloom, atmospheric, you know, gloom quality towards the edges. It gets darker and ickier, you know. I like it. Anyway, I just figured I'd show you guys that in case anyone is, you know, into that kind of shit. So, and you can see turning it off, you know, everything gets kind of flatter. And I turn it back on, and it just gives everything that extra little push of dimension, you know. So yeah, that. And there's that. I think I pretty much got all of my background stuff done now. Now I think it's just midtones for the characters. That could very well be it. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's one more thing. One more frickin' thing. There's that garbage can over here, which is very important because even though I've already established the background on a previous page, it's still a pretty bad call to do a 180 in a page of sequential images, unless you're really going to make sure that there's a few things corroborating the scene change. So having this cop, James MacHaggert, here, and the can off to the left, and then in the next panel, having him from the other side, and the can off to the right. I'm sorry, I'm like pointing, and you can't even see what I'm pointing at, right? So weird. But yeah, that, like, flopping the panel, it really helps to have, you know, at least something that can triangulate that flop. And a lot of people have told me, like, just don't do that. Don't, you know, ever flop. You know, anything more than, like, 180 is just not something you do in comics. And I'm like, but I wanna, you know? So I do. Whatever. Know who's gonna stop me? Not nobody. But those are all like fail at your own risk sort of decisions, you know. Like, oh yeah, good for you, you did that. It totally sucked. You blew it. Ah, my thumb is locking up. Why is my thumb locking up? Behave yourself, thumb. I command you. I'm back. Oh, you ate already? That must have been a good meal to eat that fast. Or are you eating now? Are you eating cheese fries? People have a right to know. But not really. Just being think if I turn my head with the angle of my curve, my hand automatically calibrates itself. I don't know if that's true, but it's kind of a force of habit, and it's fun. Tacos and burritos! Awesome. Bet they had cheese in them. Probably awesome cheddar cheese, right? I feel like cheddar cheese and American cheese are like, I don't know. Like, I feel like cheddar cheese might actually just be like what American cheese is trying to be. I could be wrong. Give me the cheddar. Make it super sharp. Like, I want to be able to carve my name into a picnic table with that cheddar cheese. Extra double dank sharp. Yes, they did. Alright. Well, they should. Actually, I don't even know why I made that background midtones. I think that would just be midtones. Yeah, you know what? F that. F that S and the A. I'm just gonna make that the midtones for everything. Oh, I see, because I did background midtones separately for panel 1. Well, that doesn't have to mean anything. That's only because I have characters overlapping background elements in panel 1. In panel 2 and 3, I don't. I'm just gonna call this Jones. I'm gonna get rid of these two tubes. And I'm gonna turn this stuff back in. Make sure everything's looking groovy. Is it? Is it looking groovy? With all my things turned on. Starting to get there. Whoa. I wonder what the story of American cheese really is. Like, if someone was trying to make a cheese substitute, or if it started out as more like actual food. Well, so there's like American processed cheese food, which usually has like something like American slices, and it'll say like processed cheese food or like, you know, something like that on it. But then there's like, you know, I'm sure, is there gourmet American cheese? Is that a thing? Does anyone know? Anybody? Anybody? Like, can you go to like a fancy, I don't know, like a Whole Foods and get like fancy American cheese? Is that a thing that can be done? Good work, Trebek. Make my cheese fancier. Nobody knows. The cheese. Try something here. Might be a little much. Maybe just like 2 or 3 of those bright spots. Bright places. Yeah. That might be enough. Just gotta get that shiny, slick plastic look across. Alright. Now, I think my backgrounds is dunsies. My backgroundsies is dunsies. Dunsy, dunsy, dunsy. Okay, so... I'm gonna reference this kid. No. What? Who told you things? We'll say Control Bay. Control Tay. Why the hell is this not visible? Oh, because I pasted him into a layer instead of just pasting him. That's weird. Oh. So that's his palette. Looks like I'm gonna have to do some damage control. I forgot that this kid's got a thermal on under his t-shirt, and so I neglected to draw cuffs around his wrists, or whatever you call it, hems. Just pure amateur negligence. Hard as I try, maintain continuity. It's like there's always something that gets forgotten. That's why sequential frickin' art is frickin' hard, man. It's like, no, you don't just have to draw this one time. You have to draw this like 50 freaking times, and it has to be the same every time. And you will fail. Mess up. Just a matter of whether or not you catch all those mess ups before it's published. And whether or not you are capable of fixing them. Definitely one benefit to working digital, right? Is that like you actually can be like, oh snap, and fix something. I mean, you can do that mechanically as well, but it's a lot harder. And I've known a lot of people who are like old school comic book artists who like did everything traditional back in the day, and you know, if you like messed up something like that and someone caught it, you might just have to redo the whole freaking thing. Imagine getting like close to the end of a page that you're spending expensive supplies and materials making, and you put tons and tons of time on, just to realize you gotta redo that shit. Not cool, bro. So I'm just going to imagine that he's got little cuffs, whatever you want to call them, hems, and then I will go in with my black line layer later, and actually put them. Draw my stuff by hand. I'm not too worried about making mistakes. I was going for something more raw anyway. I want people to recognize the human spirit I put into it. Well, yeah. I mean, there's definitely right. It depends on style and what you're going for as a finished product. Like some things I only will do by hand for some projects, and part of the point is like those little anomalies that happen, you know, like stylizations that come out differently and almost like inconsistencies, but that kind of makes it beautiful and recognizably human, which, you know, I'm definitely all about as an aesthetic decision. I guess the problem is once you decide that you want to try and do something with a more like mainstream, you know, digital clean, what they say, clean look, you know, it's like once you cross that, you either like it's, you know, that puts you in a different audience category. You know, like some people want to only see stuff that's like more raw, and some people want to only see stuff that's like super, you know, polished or whatever. And I feel like it is two different like schools of thought, you know, and often one does not like the other. You know, someone who like likes the more raw look, unfortunately, can be like kind of snooty about things that were done digitally, and vice versa. You know, like I try not to be a purist about anything. I try not to be snooty about anything. I think it's like all good. And that's why, you know, like every other week, every Tuesday, I alternate between digital and traditional. I haven't done any traditional coloring on a stream yet, but I mean, honestly, it's like I just can't really afford like good traditional supplies anymore, you know. Especially since like if I get a freelance gig, it's generally for digital work. So like for work, I have to spend money on my computer. And I could spend money on traditional, or I could spend money on digital. I'm not really in a place right now where I can spend money on both. That's unfortunate, and it's a lame excuse, but nonetheless, that's where I kind of am on that. Oh well. You do what you can with what you can. You know, I've often said, like, should I find myself stranded on an island and my only art supplies are a stick to draw in the dirt with, then I will draw in the dirt with a stick. You can't really get very far if you're 100% relying on your medium. I mean, you can get very far in that specific medium, but then, you know, you're stuck to that. You know, it's always good to be well-rounded. And you know, it's funny actually, a lot of the things that I learn while I'm working digitally apply to stuff that I'm doing traditionally, and vice versa. My mistakes often turn out to be better than the original concept. I like digital too, but my works are primarily about emotion, and I feel like traditional conveys that better. I don't know if you've seen my most recent page, but it's extremely flawed, and that's what I like about it. Cool, I don't know if I've seen your most recent page. I followed your DeviantArt account, your DeviantArt page. But I just haven't been on DeviantArt in a little while. Between last week and this week, it's just been kind of crazy. Also, I don't know, I guess I just don't really go on DeviantArt that much. Page 13, cool, I'll look for that. It's this kid's little smiley face shirt. It's just a very standard kind of... Ah, I got a hole. Where? Aha. Anybody know what color trauma blankets typically are? And is it different if like, what do you call it? you know, words and stuff? Is it different if, like, a police officer gives you a trauma blanket versus, like, a, an MT or something, EMT? I Google this real quick. I guess they're often just like shiny gray, it looks like. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Yeah, sure. I've read the entire series. An oldie but a goodie. That was by Yonan Vasquez, who also did Invader Zim. And Squee. I Feel Sick. Was that a different series, or was that part of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac? Yep. I sometimes know things about stuff. I'm saying in general, yep. But I don't know the answer to your question. Wait, which question? The question about which other stories Yonan Vasquez did? I like that kind of slate. I just want it to be a little darker. The reason why I want it to be darker is because the way I work is I put down my darker midtones, and I rarely ever add shading for these comics, specifically these projects. I rarely ever add shading. What I do is I start with the darker midtone color and just add in highlights and bring the color up to the highlight color. And then if it needed, you know, for like extra emphasis, I'll put in some shading here and there, but very limitedly. And that's just a completely aesthetic choice. I just thought it would look cool to do something a little different, you know. Not really the most common way to color. I like to play with techniques, because, you know, you work on enough long-term projects, you just get real bored. And sometimes you just want to be like, how could I do the same thing I always do, but differently? Which is a valuable conversation to have with yourself as a visual artist. I think, personally. IMO. snap. Totally forgot to do his trauma blanket on this layer. Or this panel. You need to visually convey that he's traumatized. How can I do that if he's not wearing a trauma blanket? For all the trauma. Poor kid. I think I am going to have to... I'll finish the boys' midtones, and then I'm going to have to take a break. Don't think I can get through all the midtones before breaking. About 15 minutes away from my 2-hour mark, I think. If anyone wants to check the uptime, it's exclamation mark uptime. Give me a better idea of where I am, but I like to break every 2 hours just to keep my longevity going. Staying power. Yeah, just about at the 2-hour mark. color eyes did I give this kid? Brown eyes. Where the heck? Oh. I'll just leave it up to my shading. Okay, so... A what? Haha. What did I get? Get away, little boy. Alright. Alright. Cool. Everybody cool if I go take a 5-minute break? It's happening. No one's protesting. I'm doing it. I guess plenty of people are protesting, just not whether or not I'll take a break. Alright. Alright, cool, thanks. I'll be back in just a few. I'll leave you with a little video, or an Oneshi Press video, and my demo reel. Good bruh. BRB.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I am the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, Jayel Draco here, illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of books in print and digital formats.
Supported by people like yourself.
Right now, we have a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book all in the works.
Oneshi Press offers you unique realities that you can't find elsewhere.
Oneshi Press aims to create vibrant, living, breathing worlds and invites readers into those worlds to explore.
Our current goal at Oneshi Press is to keep 3 projects in rotation at all times.
Oneshi Press is currently working on 3 projects. The first one is Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a whip-smart gonzo,
sex-positive, feminist porn star. She funds her own way and makes her own way through the world, but she has a background in organized crime. As she gains notoriety through her career, she earns a lot of powerful enemies in different sectors and decides that she needs to protect herself. With the help of her super genius electrical engineer raccoon best friend Nicola, she creates an army of cyborg clones using genetic samples that she collects on the sets of her adult films.
She's badass, she's in control, and she's taking matters into her own hands.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is our first large-scale art book.
Written and illustrated from the perspective of Jan Kazian, a character from the greater story, The Children of Gaia. In this fantasy world, the 6 great nations have since been destroyed.
All 6 of these great nations have mysteriously fallen, and now the scholar monk Jan Kazian is trying to preserve their memory in a tome.
Jan Kazian's goal is to keep their cultural histories alive, with hope that it might lend aim to a budding future.
It's a really beautiful and epic book that takes place within the larger framework of the greater story Children of Gaia. In Pack, Oneshi's first comic book outing, you can join Patience and his dogs of virtue
as they put crime under the fang.
They prowl the streets of Brooklyn at night,
looking for corruption, and where they find it, they dispatch their own brand of justice.
There's Patience, a broken man living on the edge with his pack. Diligence, the orphaned eastern wolf. Chastity, the exploited Tibetan mastiff. Kindness, the abused pit bull terrier. Temperance, the experimental Blue Dane. Liberty, the seasoned German shepherd. And humility, the abandoned mutt. Once you've heard their stories, you'll see things from their perspective.
But at what point of taking the law into your own hands does one become the villain?
All 3 of these huge projects have been in the works for years. My co-founder Jayel Draco and I used to spend our days working at our 9-to-5s and our evenings and weekends working on these projects. But as they continued to build, we realized that they were way too important to us for us to keep them on the back burner.
Creating worlds is no small endeavor. These projects are big, and we need your support to get them done.
So we've decided to launch a Patreon page. Patreon is a subscription service by which you can donate small or large amounts of money if you want to on a monthly repeating basis, thereby making what we're doing scalable. So if we're making a small amount of money, we can put out a small amount of materials to our loyal followers. But the more people that get involved and the more that they can donate, the faster we will be able to make the production of these projects happen.
We need funding. No amount is too small. The more funding we get, the more we can get done.
Oneshi Press aims to have at least 3 projects going at any given time. As soon as one project is completed, we'll put another one into the roster and keep it rolling.
These projects will have snippets released in turn, one after the other, on a rotational basis.
We hope that we'll be able to finish all of our projects this way, and eventually we would love to open it up so that we can publish works by other people as well.
To find out more about us, our projects, and our growing team, visit oneshipress.com.
Many of our projects have their own websites as well.
Through our website, oneshipress.com, you can find out more about each individual project, and there's links to those projects' websites.
Tracy Queen actually has her own website with a blog, and her own Tumblr and Twitter and Facebook.
To help support Oneshi Press, visit our Patreon campaign at patreon.com/OneshiPress.
On our Patreon page, you can pledge whatever amount you're able to and sign up for a whole variety of really great rewards, ranging from access to our private members-only Patreon feed to exclusive behind-the-scenes artwork and information, ranging the whole way up to custom-made artwork, stories, and more from your favorite characters.
At Oneshi Press, we build worlds, and you're invited.
Support our Patreon if you can, but if you can't, we'd still love it if you could like our stuff on social media, share it, tell your friends about it, get everybody involved.
Thank you so much for your support. And remember, every like, share, and comment on social media actually boosts our signal, and that helps too.
Thanks for your support. The music you're hearing is by Jack Shell, thesoundweaver.com.
Something else that I wanted to do, and I can't remember what it is, and I wrote it, maybe.
Damn it! Okay. And I fucked it up. Damn it! I was doing so... A lot. I can't do this. I'm sorry, it was terrible.
That's fine.
No. Alright! Woo!
Papa, I'm back. Anybody still here? Some music back on. Right, who's still with me? Show of hands. Anybody? I'm all alone. Hello. Hello. Right, we got Lindsay Lag and Dark Brownie Testament. Is this song too loud? How is the volume of the music compared to the volume of my voice? It's a little on the loud side, maybe. I'm here, bro! Woo! Our name card, word up! It's fine? Cool, thanks. Alright, so this page I'm going to use for grabbing colors, like I do. I'm going to grab Officer James MacHaggert here. I'm going to copy him. And I'm going to paste him off to the side like, so I can keep some color consistency. Turn off the textures, turn off the borders and adjustments. Alright. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Music. It means we're going to kick ass. Probably chew bubblegum. We weren't all out of bubblegum. This music is making James seem a lot more sinister than he usually does. James's eyes are scary too, they're looking all glowy. Yeah, I know, I gotta like give him some pupils and, you know, humanize him a little. Humanize him a little? Get it? Eyes? I kind of like the idea that in the first panel you don't really know what he's doing, and then in the second panel you see him actually being like really pretty sweet to someone who just went through something traumatic, you know? There's always a delay in the chat. Oh yeah, yeah. So I can go into, there's like a beta that doesn't have a delay, but then that can make other glitches, and then like sometimes I'll like pause and it'll skip, and you'll like not, it makes a lot of like buffering issues, you know? So I figured just leaving it the way it is with the delay until they fix up the regular streaming so that it's no longer beta. You know, I'm just gonna wait until it's not beta and they've got it worked out. So I think a delay is less annoying than like seeing the little spinny wheel for buffering, you know. In my opinion. I guess I don't even need to say in my opinion. We should just assume that anything anyone says, it's like their opinion, man. I know, people love to argue that there's a big difference between opinion and empirical fact, but the artist in me says no. Just no. No, you know, the idea that, like, your entire ability to take in and process information is based on your unique biochemistry. There's no way to assert that what is true for one person is true for another person, because we can't possibly know. You can't possibly know that the information you're receiving in processing the world around you is even the same as the information someone else is receiving. Our understanding of words can't even be the same, because we all have to organically learn our connotation, our definition, our meaning to words as we develop and as our brain develops. you know, whatever. I'm just rambling, but I think it's interesting to think that, like, basically anything that anyone thinks is still their opinion. There's consensus opinion. There's things that, like, the vast majority of people agree upon. But even when we agree with someone else, do we know that the words they're using have the same meaning to them that they do to us? We can cross-reference definitions, but then the words that we use to make up those definitions will still have slightly different connotations from person to person. Basically, just don't be a dick. Ah. No, now it's hitting spacebar instead of alt. Amateur mistake, bruh. So I have my OBS, my Open Broadcast software, set to highest priority on my for my processes chain, and that means that Photoshop is not my processor's highest priority right now, because I feel like I would rather have a little bit of, you know, weird glitchy lag in my Photoshop than weird glitchy lag in what you guys are seeing. It also means every now and then I'll, like, draw a line and it won't show up until, like, a second after I draw it. It's, like, kind of frustrating, confusing. Wait, did I say something wrong? I wasn't being sarcastic. I was meaning to agree with you. About what? I don't know, I just ramble a lot. Sometimes, like, if a topic comes up, I just start talking about it, and now I'm not really sure what you're referring to. I don't think you said anything wrong, though. I wouldn't worry about it. If you did say anything wrong, I didn't catch it. I'm just a big old rambler. Maybe you meant when I said basically don't be a dick. I was talking about just as, like, you know, anyone assuming that their opinion is the truth. And that was actually in reference to something I said. I don't remember what that was, though, because, like I said, I was just rambling. I'm a big-time rambler. I do. Oh, about the chat delay thing. No. Yeah, I don't think you said anything that was at all weird or wrong, or I don't know what you're referring to. What was I talking about with the chat delay? I don't know. I was just saying that basically with the chat delay, my options were either to have a chat delay or to use a beta stream mode that can cause other problems. That's all. Nobody said anything wrong, I don't think. If anyone said anything wrong, it was probably me. I was the person saying the most, so statistically, I'd be the one likely to say something wrong. I know messages can sound sarcastic when they're not. Yeah, that's true, but I try to just assume that everyone means well, and, you know, someone would really have to, like, clearly be being a relentless, you know, troll or something for me to assume that they didn't mean well in what they were saying, you know? Really glad you were able to stream today. It gave me something to look forward to. Aw, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Really. Like, that's super cool. The fact that you said that just makes me feel better about a lot of things. You look forward to this awesome music, for example. And my weird rambling. I don't know why, but for some reason, sometimes, like, certain curves, I'd rather go out of the lines on a concave curve than a convex curve. Well, I guess it depends on which direction my orientation is, but like, I don't know. It's just noticing that, like, which things I decide to be sloppy on and which things I decide to try and do really neatly. I know this is like almost impossible to see what I'm doing right now, but it's actually... I know that I'm going to be putting highlights over this, so in the highlights you might be able to see color differentiation a lot more clearly, so I'm trying to take that into consideration ahead of time, and that's, you know, just something that experience has instilled on me. I think a lot of times I actually feel like, should I even stream today? What's the point? Who cares? Does it matter? Am I just like stressing myself out about something that no one even cares about? So seriously, thank you. That is really awesome that you said that. Always glad to help people out. That's good. Not everyone is. So it definitely matters when someone is. Yeah, I've definitely got a few people that, you know, even if I'm like, well, if no one else shows up, it's worth it. You know, like, your name card is off and on, Lindsay G is off and on, Orbsy and LD Bean. That's freaking awesome. More than I could ask for. Ah! I thought I'd close that up better. That was weird. Son of a... Glitchy. An inspiration from what you guys and other comic writers do makes me strive to be better. That's awesome and really important, you know. I think there's never a point where that stops. And if you ever find yourself at a point where that stops, like, you need to decide if you want to keep being an artist, you know, like... There's plenty of people that, like, I watch on Twitch or DeviantArt or Facebook, and, you know, it gives me, like, that juice to, like, keep striving, you know? So I'm totally, like, at this point, very, very zoomed in on a detail that's not going to be very legible. So I'm kind of BSing it a little. And personally, you know, in my opinion, I think when you have projects that are, like, very consuming, it's just important to know when you can BS a little and get away with it, you know, and just, like, be like, hey, that detail, it's not gonna make or break this piece, and if I focus too long on it, I'm not gonna spend time where I should be spending time. Especially with digital art, because you could, like, zoom in on things, and, like, you can make that detail, like, so good that everything else around it looks like crap if you were to zoom in enough to see that detail in the first place. So it's like, well, where's my trade-off here? Alright, so I've got James in panel 1. I've got to do his coffee cup. Let's just do a quick little reference here to make sure colors are at least relatively on par, because this is Tarmuck's brand coffee, and they are all over this universe. I did an ad for Tarmuck's, this made-up coffee shop, one time, and it was like, for every 666 Frappalappuccinos, you get a free Cthulhu Snuggle Buddy. That's the kind of, like, you know, that's an example of the kind of, like, self-referential, you know, art that I was talking about before, where it's like just kind of keep referencing your own made-up ideas to the point where, like, they become real enough to you that it helps the realities that you're making become more real, you know. And I mean, you know, when I was younger, I had a lot of different projects that didn't really go anywhere necessarily, but they were developmental for me, and they helped me learn about my project working, whatever you want to call it, methods, and you know what I mean? Like, it just helped me learn how I like to work. But in, like, all of those projects, like, I always had references to other projects within them. Like, maybe one character from one project would have, like, a poster on their wall, and the poster would be the other project's poster, you know, like, or the other character from another project, or like, one character from one story would be, like, a comic book in another story, or a legend in another story. I mean, whatever. I'm not saying other people should do that. I'm just saying I enjoy it. For what that's worth. Other people's works make me think of ways I can further explore human emotion. Recently, I've been asking myself if angels can feel the same way people do. I'm not religious, but I find certain aspects of religion interesting. Yeah, I mean, shoot. As a narrative visual artist, I mean, religion of any kind is like a great source of, like, inspiration, something to question, something to sometimes turn on its head, something to, you know, just explore. I think, this is very personal opinion, but to me personally, you know, a lot of religious texts and stories from various religions are, if nothing else, really interesting art. And when you understand, like, various histories of where various religions came from, you know, different cultures that different religions come from, you can really see how that art is actually, like, yeah, cool story, you know? Like, if I was in that time and place and I heard this, I would be like, awesome, you know? Like, is there really so much of a difference between religion and pop culture? I mean, some people would say yes, definitely. And that's like horrible that I would even say that if they particularly believe in a certain religion. And that's cool. I wouldn't argue someone's beliefs. But, yeah, I love thinking about, like, I don't know, Orishas or aliens or angels or, you know, Cochina or, like, Tiki or, you know, anything. Like, they're just freaking cool. Devas and, you know, like, all different kinds of cool stuff out there to draw from. And to just draw. Many films and books portray angels as soulless monsters almost. I want to explore the opposite of that spectrum. Sounds like a cool idea to me. Yeah, I like to think of that as taking a trope, you know, like something that exists in pop culture, that there's a general agreed upon, you know, way that that character would act. A general agreed upon, I don't know, MO, you know? I think that's like kind of a good summary of the word trope. I like to take tropes and just turn them upside down and make them the opposite of what you think, you know? It's like my funnest thing, my favorite thing to do is to just like try and be like, yeah, this character, you know this character, you've seen them before in other things, you totally know what this character is all about. Or do you? Okay, so I think that's about all I need out of this guy. Quick reference. Where do I have? Oh, that's gotta be like page 5. Show the dude on the floor dead. Make sure I'm not being inconsistent. Alright, so he's just got like dark brown work boots with light brown soles and dark gray blue jeans. Yep. Might even prove to be a bit on the dark side, but so it is backlit, so there's that. BRB. No, don't leave me for name card. Many films and books portray just sponsors and have gone as far as to ask the question if animals can feel the same things humans do. I don't know the answer, but I want to believe it's yes. Well, I mean, I think an interesting question there is, what does it mean feeling the same thing? Because like even people in different cultures don't necessarily feel the same things because, well, I mean, chemically, right? If we're talking about chemical feelings, most humans have similar chemical feelings to the point where we could, in good conscience, call them the same, you know? Chemicals that your brain tells your body to release in reaction to a stimuli, right? Something's happening, you're scared, your body releases endorphins and testosterone and adrenaline, you know. Yeah, most humans, unless there is something specifically different about them, a birth defect or something, most humans feel the same kind of thing. I shouldn't say birth defect, but, you know, some kind of specific difference. Whereas, like, some animals have different chemical makeup, different types of endorphins that their body will release, different types of, you know, cocktails of chemicals. It's still, though, like, fear is fear. You know, anger is anger. And I think love is love, regardless of if your chemical makeup is different or not. If you're experiencing it in a different way physically, it doesn't make it not the same thing. That's my opinion. I mean, like the general sense of emotions and inner conflict and heavy guilt. Well, okay, so that's another thing, like concepts of like guilt. Guilt is largely based on shame, and shame is largely counter pendulum to pride, right? This concept that to be worthy of your species, of your society, you're supposed to be a certain thing, and when you fall short of that, you feel guilty, feel bad, you know. That could be possibly a very social thing, but there are other social animals that are similar to us in some ways, so it's easier to relate to them, like wolves. Wolves, dogs, you know, dogs in general, canines, Canis lupus, Canis familiaris, you know, all different kinds of canines, generally are social pack animals, and it's part of their makeup. They've evolved, they've developed to live in tight, you know, communal situations where it made sense for them to develop that kind of feeling, like guilt. Guilt is a way of guiding you into not failing the pack, so that the pack does not abandon you. You know, it's a way of, and this is all just, you know, in my opinion, in my educated guesses, my personal, you know, viewpoints. But, you know, guilt is a way of guiding you to be able to continue to relate to your pack, because if your pack says, hey, we can't hang with you anymore, you'll be alone. And for a social animal, being alone means dying. Like, we're just not capable of living alone. Many animals are, though. Like, you know, most species of octopi, for example, although they're brilliant and possibly, you know, have a ability to learn that exceeds ours, they're not social. So they don't have, you know, a need for concepts like guilt. They don't have a need for things that would keep them in the pack. They just don't, you know, and so they have no need to develop it. They do have things like spite, anger, and appreciation. I mean, most observed, like, octopi in tanks have been seen, you know, responding differently to different researchers based on, like, that person was a dick to me once. I'm gonna be a dick to them every time I see them from now on. You know, that's spite, right? That's like a complicated emotion. Do they show guilt though? I don't know. Maybe, but I haven't ever heard of any, you know, cases where a study in an octopi is like, that kind of seems like that octopi is acting guilty. You know, and maybe it's just because they're not social animals. They don't have a need to have developed the concept of guilt. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just rambling. Sorry. I hope it's interesting. If it isn't, tell me and I'll just change the subject. But I definitely will agree with you that I think those are really interesting things to explore and look at. And actually, even in this concept, in this comic, this story pack, you know, I tried to go into showing these 5 dogs and 1 wolf, and then the main character Patience, right? That makes up the pack. I try to go into showing like their emotions, their backstories, without personifying them, without making them like cartoon animals that, you know, talk and, you know, but just actually trying to show their emotions the way, like, you know, I can see when my cat is upset. I can see when a dog is upset, you know, like, clearly something. It might be different than our emotions because their biochemistry is different, but I don't think the concepts are very different. I mean, you can see fear in a bug if it thinks you're going to try and squash it. And if you feed a bug, you can see gratitude and comfort, you know. Assuming you're wondering why I have these questions, I have a depressive disorder that borders between moderate to severe. It depends on a lot of factors. I feel I can express that through my work. Yeah, you definitely can. And I mean, that's a really valid motivation that can lead to very important things. You know, if you continue to explore those concepts and put them in your work, I mean, that can lead to works that are important, like really, really important, you know. I think. I don't know what kind of markings to put on this evidence bag. I mean, it's like, I don't want it to look too... I want it to look like a bag of potato chips. I want it to look like it's some kind of like forensic evidence bag. It doesn't have to look specifically like any one department's, you know, what they would use, but I don't know. Just don't know. And shoes. Would he have blue covering, like his blue gloves, on his shoes? Maybe. Let's just give him regular boots. Maybe something more like... At the end of the day, it all comes down to keeping myself above a certain point. Try to take every situation as it comes. I mean, you gotta take it as it comes, right? Like, all you can do. And, you know, find coping mechanisms, find anchors, find things that will always have a similar connotation to you. You know, something that you can decide when you're when you're in a moment where you're like on the fence and you might be taking a dive and you might not, but there's like those things that just are gonna make you feel a certain way, you know, look for them. Look for those things that are gonna like uplift you. Or at the very least, if they can't uplift you, maybe they can motivate you, you know? If it's working on something about, you know, angels and animals, like have that ready, you know? And when you're feeling real shitty, just see if, you know, thinking about that or trying to work on it will help. Sometimes not. Sometimes there's like nothing you can do. And that's just an unfortunate truth. But, you know, sometimes there's things you can do. You can maybe, if you're on the fence in a moment, can push you in the right direction. The hardest part is wanting to go in the right direction, you know. I shouldn't say the right direction, but a direction that doesn't suck for you, you know. I guess I make that differentiation because who knows, like maybe experiencing depression is something that is part of who you are. That will be a beautiful thing at the end of the day, you know, like maybe that'll be something that helped you form a, you know, some kind of concept around emotions that will end up becoming an important part of artwork, you know, like feels good to relate to people and be there for them when they need it. Yeah, that's a good one. Sometimes though, for me, like I know at times when I've battled with depression, you know, I've felt like being able to relate to people or being able to reach out to people just wasn't something I could bring myself to do all the time. Sometimes I could, and great, but like sometimes that in itself is like an impossible task when you're really just feeling fucked, you know? Pardon my language. But I mean, if that's your thing, if you can do that, like reach out to people and be there for them and talk to people, and that like helps you, then yeah, it's awesome, do that. It's good to have contingencies, you know, little backups in case that's not gonna work for that specific day, you know, like in case that day you're just like, I can't freaking talk to anyone and I don't want to feel this way. It's great to put it into something. It's great to have a project. It's great to have a, you know, mantra, whatever. Something that you can just kind of almost like train yourself to like use that to alter where you are. I know it doesn't always work, but and some of those things are just chemical, you know. And that's just a fact, you know, like sometimes it's just chemical and there's nothing you can do about it other than get through it. And in those times, having some kind of distraction can often help, you know, just to like get through darkness. Back, man! Rename card! I know it does take a lot to fight through it, but even when I have a tough time, I can at least try to make others feel better. It's true. And if that makes you feel better, then that's also, you know, making you feel better. So it's like a win-win for everybody, you know? And I think, you know, for humans, it's not uncommon for us to feel better when we're making someone else feel better. I think, you know, that also comes back to us being social animals, you know? Like, finding our place in in our society, in our pack, you know. Finding something that makes you feel good about being here can often be something that makes others feel good, you know. My natural instincts tell me to protect people. I feel there's not enough of that, so I try as hard as I can. Yeah, I don't think there's ever going to be enough of that. I think the more people that feel that way, the better, you know. I definitely respect that. I guess what I mean is that there's no such thing as too much of that, you know? Like, it's a good thing, and I think people should... I shouldn't say what people should do, but I think it's not bad if more people do feel that way, in my opinion. Your name card sends YouTubes. Well, just know that I'm here for you if you ever want to talk to somebody. Cool, I appreciate that. And, you know, likewise. Thank you. What is Rename Cards YouTubes? Is it a big thing? Should I... Something I should play now? Is it short and sweet? Or is it something I should save for later? The bare necessities. If it'll play.
Now it's like this, little britches. All you gotta do is look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities are Mother Nature's recipes that bring the bare necessities of life.
Nice.
Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I couldn't be found of my big home. The bees are buzzing in the tree to make some honey just for me. When you look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants, then maybe try a few.
You eat ants?
You better believe it. And you're gonna love the way they tickle. Move it! Look out! The bare necessities of life will come to you.
But where?
They'll come to you.
Hit the Z and I hit the alt.
Bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities. That's why a bear can rest at ease with just the bare necessities of life. Now when you pick a pawpaw for a prickly pear,
Ow!
and you prick a raw paw, well, next time beware.
Oh, you know
pick
what?
the
This is
prickly
probably
pear
gonna
with
mute
the
my
paw. When
audio
you pick a
from my
pear, try to
recording.
use the claw. But you don't need to use the claw when you pick a pair of the big paw.
Alright. Awesome. By the way, yeah, so when you're doing recordings with Twitch of like your stream, anything that's like licensed by a big enough company. Not the alt. You love old Disney tunes? Yeah, that's weird. So, is it weird that that's weird? No. What was I saying? Go away! Go away! Stop it! Not you. I was talking to my stupid windows. What was I saying? Shit, I was saying something. I don't know. I guess it wasn't important. Oh yeah, so when you're recording a stream, you know, Twitch saves a copy of it, and I like to take those later and export them to YouTube. Unfortunately though, if you have music playing that is like anything copyrighted by like a major, you know, label, it'll just mute the audio for that segment, which is like really fucking annoying, because then I put up this video and I'm like talking and explaining something or like answering something and people just can't hear anything. Gorbzy, you're still here. What? Ah, Gorbzy love. Wait a second. I know, it's not, I didn't actually make a command for that, because I don't know how. Oh. Dude, do you have a YouTubes? Yeah, I have many YouTubes. So there's Oneshi Press YouTube, which maybe someone could find and post a link to, but I put up all the YouTubes of all the streams ever when I'm done with them. Although it's something I only started not so very long ago, so I don't have that many, actually. But from now on, from the point that I started on, Gorbzy says, has been loved 1,000,000 times by Jayel. I am subscribed, right? Oh boy, it's my song. So I have Jayel Draco as one YouTube channel, and that's like one that I've used for a long time. But then for all these streams, I have we have Oneshi Press. So you're probably not subscribed to Oneshi Press. Jayel has been loved 1,000,000 times by Gorbzy. So the link would be like, I don't know, youtube.com/Oneshi Press, maybe? I should have that in my commands. I don't think I do. Let me see. Nope, I don't have the YouTube there. Why? You may never know. I'm gonna try something real quick. I will find it. Gorbzy, isn't it like 2,000,000 o'clock at night right now for you? Aren't you gonna like turn into a pumpkin?
Look,
I didn't want to go to the freaking Google Plus page. I wanted to go to the YouTube page. Damn it! GooTube! My channel. Bloop, 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 bloop. Frick do I get my channel's URL? God, they just have to make everything as like painfully confusing as possible, don't they? Take a couple minutes to get everything. Did I maybe never give it a stable URL? Alright, let me just see what happens if I type in YouTube.com/Oneshi Press. Oneshi Press. Do it work? It do! Aha! Alright. Sorry about that. That was like a really roundabout way of just giving you this link. Found it. Ah, that one. Yeah. Right. There's also, so it's so weird how it's like channel UCDFCDP when like there is an actual URL for it. Why isn't that just always what comes up? I don't know. What is YouTube thinking? I mean, I guess it's not thinking anything because it's just a website. Hopefully. It might be thinking Skynet thoughts at this point though. I mean, it is also Google. GooTube. That's whackers. Wait, Orbsy, what time is it where you are? What time zone are you in? I swear Gorbsy was just here, like, just a minute ago. Maybe it's all in my head. There's just a Gorbsy in my head. Or maybe I reminded Gorbsy what time it was, and Gorbsy was like, oh snap, I gotta split. Seriously though. What time is it? Only 8:30. Only 8:30. Gee. Bit darker of a color than I meant to pick. $10:35 there. Whoa. So you're in Eastern Standard Time. Along with your name card. I used to be in Eastern Standard Time. Back when I lived in good old New York. Now I'm in Mountain Standard Time. 4:34 here in the morning. What? So, did you just wake up, or are you not going to sleep yet? Not what I meant to do. Relax, guys. That works. Chocobos! like how the microphone has two Z's. Like ZZ Top. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, well, you know, a lot of times microphones have like a number or a letter on them for whatever, like, you know, news station it is, and I just couldn't think of anything, so I was like, Z. Z is nice and random. And I'm sure from now on, like, whenever I have a microphone to draw, it's gonna have a Z on it, because that's just the way I am. Nice and predictable. Little transparent visors. I love those things. The kind you always see people wear in movies when they're like gambling or something, you know what I mean? Music is legit. This is from Final Fantasy. This is the One-Winged Angel from Final Fantasy VII. And a lot of it's been just different Final Fantasy music. Distant Worlds and Distant Worlds is one of the albums, and can't remember the name of the other album. Remember that reference I said I made earlier in my comic? I was Phantom Mask used by the assassin characters Reggie and Aaron, but when I put them there, the anime itself is obscure. I wanted to know if anyone would recognize it. Yeah, it's tough referencing obscure things. I mean, then again, I say everything I do, I reference other stuff that I did, so, which is probably more obscure than anything, period, because none of the stuff that I've done is really known by anyone, so, I don't know. Sure, if it's a tight enough reference, someone will get it. But sometimes, you know, that kind of stuff, it's like you just put it there for fun. If someone gets it, cool. If they don't, at least you get it. But if I remember right, you said you do a lot of like fan comics, right? So I mean, chances are then other people that are into that are probably also going to be fans of similar stuff, so they might be more likely to get references to other stuff, you know? Hopefully. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this music is pretty damn legit. I think. And Gorbsy thinks so. So, you know what? Those are the only opinions needed on the matter right now. If someone was like, I don't think it's legit, I'd be like, what? Get out of here. But not like, get out of here. Like, I wouldn't like boot someone for being like, this music is not legit. You know, fan comics are a great way to like also to like explore what you're doing and what you want to do. It's not legit. It's lit. I think it's mint. I think it's mint AF. Mint AF. I started out this one because I was ready to evolve my style. I wanted to make a breakthrough, and this seemed like the best way. Cool. I think that is generally a good reason for doing anything. Grand Finale, that's what it was. Distant Worlds and Grand Finale. I think Grand Finale is 100% comprised of music from Final Fantasy VII, and Distant Worlds is a collection of like various songs from various Final Fantasy epics, kind of just collected, you know, like a best of. That's how my brain works. Sometimes I'll just like answer a question like 20 minutes later, completely seemingly out of the blue. I already see advancements in the style. It's more dark and eerie than it was before. Nice. Yeah, I think keeping different kind of long-term projects for a little while and then switching it up, you know, like have a couple long-term projects for like a few years, you know. Then a few years later change to a different couple long-term projects. That's like really just such a great way to just evolve, you know. And you know, some projects you might find you really can only stick with for a few months, if even. And then other projects you might find maybe you'll work on them for the rest of your life, in addition to other things. You know, like I have one project that I've been working on for 23 years now, and I will probably continue working on it until I die. Super epic. There's no shortage of like room to continue adding to it, so I'll just keep adding to it. Whereas other projects that I've had for like a year or two, and then I'm done with them. Maybe I'll come back to them one day for a little bit, but you know, if I don't, that's cool. I started my other project at least after the end of my chapter 3 in my current one. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you can also have like projects in rotation. I mean, that's what we do with Oneshi Press, you know, like just have several different, you know, 3 different projects at least going at any given time. It's a minimum, you know. That's about right. Never mind that my projects were more underground. It gave me room to be as human as I possibly could, but then never had to pander to anyone. Yeah, there's definitely, you know, the bigger you want a project to be, the more you have to be willing to pander. That's just the thing, you know. Then when you're happy with where they're at and decide that like that's not important, it can be very freeing. You know, so I think that's all just a matter of priorities, right? Like, what's the most important thing about that project to you? Is it size of its audience? Is it just you having time to work on it? Is it, you know, whatever? You know, it can be different. And it can be different from project to project. You know, I definitely encourage people to have at least had the experience of trying, you know, what it's like to work on a project that you actually don't care if anyone ever sees it. It's for you, you know. And then also having a project that like maybe you want to be able to reach a broader audience with, or at least see, you know, try if it's something that you can do, you know. The second project is about finding as large an audience as possible while maintaining realistic levels of emotion. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the two are mutually exclusive. I think you can have very, very human subject matter and context and still try to, you know, figure out an angle to give it a reach, you know what I mean? Like, granted, a lot of times things that are very mainstream are also very safe, and that's how they get to be so mainstream. But I don't think it's necessarily always the case, you know. I don't think, like, you don't have to choose one or the other. I hope. I could be wrong, that's why I say I hope. But I don't know. Hey guys, am I done Am I done learning how to talk? Am I done mid-toning? Think I might be. People want more dramatized versions. I want it to feel like the characters are real sense. Well, you know, it depends on the kind of story, because some, you know, a lot of projects are like very realistic, and they're designed to be, you know, there's definitely room for that. So I'm gonna give this a little bit of some shading here. panels. Alright, here. What do about that? I'm gonna take out both of those shading layers and still feel like my bricks are crappy. Colors are all wrong. Oh, dude, just so you know, I'm obsessed with the HBO show Westworld. Dude, it's so freaking good. Anyway, man, I'm about to get some rest. I hope I wasn't too self-centered during the stream. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. I'll be here next stream since I have next week off. Awesome, cool. I look forward to seeing you again. Thanks so much for sticking around. And yeah, no, don't worry about it. It was cool. You know, this conversation gets me going, so I appreciate it. Have a good week. I'll see you next Tuesday. Slurps the stream. Gorbsy is slurping the stream. Slurping it. See you later. Thank you. Okay, so what? Oh, I know. Aha! Some key stuff, man. That's what, some key stuff. That's a link. It's gotta be. Nice and bloody. And then we go. Take a nice splattery brush for splattery splatters. Make it huge. Maybe that? Yeah? Nope. Where's all my good splats, y'all? It's this one.
Dude, I gotta say, the stream, it's relaxed as fuck. You are an amazing artist as well. Keep it up, dude. Oh my gosh, man. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Gorbsy. That is so encouraging, because I feel like you are definitely an authority on these things, at least as far as I'm concerned. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess when I say, like, authority, I just mean, you know, like, I know you have a lot of experience on, like, streams and modding and, you know, just things that, like, people are doing, and I feel like if you tell me you dig what I'm doing, I'm like, cool, that's like a researched opinion, you know? I mean, whatever. I'm rambling. I definitely take the compliment, though. Thank you. No, stop it, you opio. Opio? Oh, I gotta see what that actually looks like in a Twitch. You. Oh. LD Bean! You're here! Oh, you too. We're one of the streams that don't mind joining every time I see you online. Aw, thanks. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Bean, you just showed up like a ninja. Just pop by to Rock Worlds. Aw, thank you. Yeah, well, I definitely, like, if I even can and I'm around, if I see, like, LD Bean just went live on Twitch, I'm like, yep, cool, watching it. Now I know what I'm doing today. You've been lurking? Haha. Good thing I didn't say anything untoward. Why do they look frickin' green? Ah. It's too much. Maybe that. I summoned Bean by throwing a burrito on the ground and screaming, "Yeah!" Well, TBH, if you said something mean to Bean, that rhymes, huh? You would have had to deal with me, Kappa. I'm still Bean's mod to the bone. Loyalo. Loyal, yo. Loyalo. Feeling the love. Wait, what? Was that a user-specific command? Easter eggs. So queso.
Aw, guys. Aw, love you too. Shucks. Highlights. I mean, you kind of already have one, right? As long as I'm available. Please, a Jayel Petner stream. How does that work? I gotta know. Explain. Follow me home, can I keep him? On Bean's authority. Authority. Minority. I don't know. Got nothing. Got nothing or something. Maybe, but we'll get her. Cute chasm. Can't handle all the cuteness in my chat. Billy Rome. Oh my god, Scoots. I'll clean his cage. I have to know the answer. The suspense is killing me. I do hear that they've been working on Jayel Draco clones, and the good thing about them is you could totally just like throw them in a compactor when you're done, you know. I mean, that's also the terrible thing about them. Taps foot, crosses arms. Not until you clean your room. My room is clean! Nuh-uh. Look, man. Clean is like... It's like your opinion, man. Clean is subjective. Clean is a state of mind. Clean is a state in the Netherlands. I just made that up. That's not true at all. aren't even states in the Netherlands, are there? I cannot say that word. We can get a jail. Fine. I mean, so you might want to wait till the Dre Clone Model 3 comes out, because the Model 2 has that like weird faulty battery. It still needs to like sleep every now and then. So from what I hear, the Model 3 can charge its battery while in use. So, just saying, you know, like it's a big deal to go out and like stand in line for like 2 weeks and then get one and then like have to just get a new one in like a couple months, you know. Wait, I'm thinking of iPhones. Never mind. No, that's cool. Oh, heartbroken. It's like, fine, you can get one. Nah, I'm alright. Never mind. I changed my mind. The V3 has a dynamo build in? Wow. I'm saving my money for the V3. I mean, you know, it's just consumer savvy, right? Wrinkles, pants wrinkles. Dun, dun. So when am I streaming? Till my batteries are depleted. No, I'm probably gonna stream until I have the highlights layer that I'm working on now, until I have that finished. Probably like another amount of time from now. What is it? 9:20, I would guess maybe a half an hour, 40 minutes? Maybe longer, if it takes me longer. I'm in it for the long haul. I've decided to finish what I've started, so it takes me longer, it takes me longer. Nice. Nightbot is actually right this time, thank you. I do appreciate it. Nothing. Go home, Nightbot. Go home, Nightbot, you're drunk. Don't like bots. Well, until, you know, I have, like, dedicated mods, I just have to have bots, so, you know, I have to make them as fun as I can. And if that makes... The way I see it, I can't actually make them good enough to be fun, but I can make them bad enough to be fun. So that was me hedging my bets. It's like, is it possible that I could actually do a good enough job setting up this bot, that this bot will be fun? Nope, not. But I can try to do a bad enough job that it'll be fun. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I'm pretty entertained by how bad Nightbot is. I would have been your dedicated mod if you weren't streaming during my sleeping hours. Aww. Stop the confusion. Well, when are your not sleeping hours? Maybe I could just do an additional stream sometimes. And then I could have a pet Gorbsy in my stream. And Gorbsy could have a pet Jayel. You could be like, oh, sorry guys, I have to go stream my Jayel. Kinda like walking the dog or something, you know? It's like a thing you do with pets. Stream them. Sort of. Yes, I have. Oh, you're responding to the bots, man. That's your first mistake. Well, you stream when it's 2 a.m. for me, so... yeah, that's not cool. But that makes me really appreciate you being here all the more. But that's on Bean streams. I can't in good conscience stream when Bean is streaming, because if I can, I need to be watching Bean's stream and stuff. Anyway, so I don't think you have to worry about that. Although sometimes I feel like Bean is still streaming when it's time for me to start my stream, and then I feel a little bad. But you know, I do what I can. Not like I'm gonna be stealing away views or anything. I don't think that's a concern. Except for my own. Except for my own. Eight hours earlier from your regular streaming time. So my regular streaming time is 5:30. That would be what, like 10 o'clock in the morning? Well, I feel like if I were to stream at 10 o'clock in the morning, the only person that might show up would be Gorbsy. Which is okay. It could be like a private stream, you know? Your private streamer. Streaming for money. Do what you want me to do. That's weird. I didn't make it up. The song. How it goes. Everybody knows that song. See, I start singing and the chat goes silent. She couldn't handle it. But I wasn't really singing. I was really singing. Your ears will be bleeding. Metal AF. No, just bad AF. So I think what I'm gonna do is take a quick little break before starting. Highlights on the next 2 panels. Yeah. Love, love, feeling loved. I love that command. Oh my. Alright guys, if I step away for 5 minutes, is it gonna kill you? Will you have to leave me? Should I say goodbyes to anyone now? Oh my, yeah, I've gotta get sound commands going. Just don't know how yet. Stay here! Yes, it's gonna kill me! Don't die! Just like, put yourself in the freezer for a few minutes or something, you'll stay fresh. Or like a little, one of those things. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna pause the music and switch over to my little I'll be right back video. That's okay with everyone.
Where I'm at.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I am the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, Jayel Draco here, illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of books in print and digital formats.
Supported by people like yourself.
Right now, we have a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book all in the works.
Oneshi Press offers you unique realities that you can't find elsewhere.
Oneshi Press aims to create vibrant, living, breathing worlds and invites readers into those worlds to explore.
Our current goal at Oneshi Press is to keep 3 projects in rotation at all times.
Oneshi Press is currently working on 3 projects. The first one is Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a whip-smart gonzo,
sex-positive, feminist porn star. She funds her own way and makes her own way through the world, but she has a background in organized crime. As she gains notoriety through her career, She earns a lot of powerful enemies in different sectors and decides that she needs to protect herself. With the help of her super genius electrical engineer raccoon best friend Nicola, she creates an army of cyborg clones using genetic samples that she collects on the sets of her adult films.
She's badass, she's in control, and she's taking matters into her own hands.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is our first large-scale art book.
Written and illustrated from the perspective of Jan Kazian, a character from the greater story, The Children of Gaia. In this fantasy world, the 6 great nations have since been destroyed.
All 6 of these great nations have mysteriously fallen, and now the scholar monk Jan Kazian is trying to preserve their memory in a tome.
Jan Kazian's goal is to keep their cultural histories alive, with hope that it might lend aim to a budding future.
It's a really beautiful and epic book that takes place within the larger framework of the greater story Children of Gaia. In Pack, Oneshi's first comic book outing, you can join Patience and his Dogs of Virtue
as they put crime under the fang.
They prowl the streets of Brooklyn at night,
looking for corruption, and where they find it, they dispatch their own brand of justice.
There's Patience, a broken man living on the edge with his pack. Diligence, the orphaned Eastern wolf. Chastity, the exploited Tibetan Mastiff. Kindness, the abused Pit Bull Terrier. Temperance, the experimental Blue Dane. Liberty, the seasoned German Shepherd. And Humility, the abandoned mutt. Once you've heard their stories, you'll see things from their perspective.
But at what point of taking the law into your own hands does one become the villain?
All 3 of these huge projects have been in the works for years. My co-founder Jayel Draco and I used to spend our days working at our 9-to-5s and our evenings and weekends working on these projects. But as they continued to build, we realized that they were way too important to us for us to keep them on the back burner.
Creating worlds is no small endeavor. These projects are big, and we need your support to get them done.
So we've decided to launch a Patreon page. Patreon is a subscription service by which you can donate small or large amounts of money if you want to on a monthly repeating basis, thereby making what we're doing scalable. So if we're making a small amount of money, we can put out a small amount of materials to our loyal followers. But the more people that get involved and the more that they can donate, the faster we will be able to make the production of these projects happen.
We need funding. No amount is too small. The more funding we get, the more we can get done.
Oneshi Press aims to have at least 3 projects going at any given time. As soon as one project is completed, we'll put another one into the roster and keep it rolling.
These projects will have snippets released in turn, one after the other, on a rotational basis.
We hope that we'll be able to finish all of our projects this way, and eventually we would love to open it up so that we can publish works by other people as well.
To find out more about us, our projects, and our growing team, visit oneshipress.com.
Many of our projects have their own websites as well.
Through our website, oneshipress.com, you can find out more about each individual project, and there's links to those projects' websites.
Tracy Queen actually has her own website with a blog, and her own Tumblr and Twitter and Facebook.
To help support Oneshi Press, visit our Patreon campaign at patreon.com/oneshipress.
On our Patreon page, you can pledge whatever amount you're able to and sign up for a whole variety of really great rewards, ranging from access to our private members-only Patreon feed to exclusive behind-the-scenes artwork and information, ranging the whole way up to custom-made artwork, stories, and more from your favorite characters.
At Oneshi Press, we build worlds, and you're invited.
Support our Patreon if you can, but if you can't, we'd still love it if you could like our stuff.
Hello. I decided to cut that short. It was a short break. Just a short break. I hope no one is dead. I'm back. Music is going to be back too. It's going to be awesome. Hey, stupid. Is anyone still with me? Anybody? Am I alone? Alone in the world? Orbsy is dead. Oh, God. Missed it. I missed the famous death scene. I'm here. Hey. Starhay. What is Starhay? Starhay is... Oh, cute little thingy. Hey. Yeah, so bots are jerks. This is nothing new. I'm gonna undo that nudge. Up. Down. Sure it's nudged back into place. A nudge! Nudge! Jeez, Drunkbot, what the hell? Let's see what I want to do with this. I'm gonna turn off some of these effects. I think they're slowing up everything in a wicked lag. A wicked lag. That's why I'm on the wrong freaking layer. Son of a tookus. Monkey butts. Okay. As it were. Oh my word. Oh my word. Your word? Which one? Do we have to pay you royalties every time we use it? I heard that Disney Marvel, Marvel is owned by Disney. I don't know if this was before Disney or not, but I heard that they actually trademarked the onomatopoeia snicked, which is the sound that Wolverine's claws make when they extend. So if someone else in a different comic book uses that sound effect, they can issue a cease and desist and sue if they want to. Crazy, right? A sound effect. Cray cray. It sure is cray cray. Not for play play. For real cray cray. Hey, I'm gonna lurk. I'm a guest and Bean stream. I'll keep this one open for the extra view for you. Love your stream, I really do. Stay awesome and have a great remainder of the stream. Bye bye. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was cool having you here. Enjoy, have fun, take care. I feel like the stream needs metal Disney tunes. You're probably right, although if I had any Disney tunes in my stream, I'm sure that they'll be muted in my output. I don't know, maybe Disney will surprise me. Maybe they'll like take a look at these projects and be like, hey, awesome projects, here's like $50 million. Let's make fucking awesome movies out of them. And I'll be like, oh, Disney, I've had you wrong all along. But probably if they were interested in anything that I was doing, they would just come out with it first. And then tell me that if I try to come out with it, they'll sue me. It's so negative. Why am I so negative? Keep hitting spacebar when I mean to hit alt, and I keep hitting alt when I mean to hit spacebar. Ah! Or FF Opera, that's cool too. Yeah. Yeah, bro, wow. So much to negative. Did somebody body change your host programming? Oh no. I did. Corrective reasoning. Decided it would make me a more interactive host. Oh snap, I wonder if there's a new episode of Westworld out since the last time I tried to watch it. Oh snap, I know what I'm doing after this stream. Hopkins is the only non-host on the show. Oh, West Fap. Dude, have you started watching Dark Matter yet? It's not as good of a show as Westworld, but it's still pretty damn good, I think. It's got that like Canadian sci-fi vibe to it, you know. Yeah, it's pretty fun. They came out with season 2. So, and Lindsay and I had watched all of season 1, but then it was a while ago and we kind of like forgot a lot of things. So we were like, let's just rewatch season 1 before watching season 2. We're watching it again and it's pretty freaking good. It's holding up. I think a second watch through really tells you if a show holds up or not. Like, a good show will actually be better the second watch through because you get more out of it, I think. Whereas, like, there's some shows that you're like, yeah, that was pretty cool, and then you watch it a second time and you're like, you know, there's not much more to it than what I got out of it the first time. In my opinion. I also feel that way about books. Yeah, the layers. It's like there should be more to it than you could get out of one watching, but in such a way that it doesn't make the first time through feel too confusing, you know? 'Cause that's the other threat, is like if you put too much into it, then it's just not fun. It should be like interesting your first time, but then like interesting in a different way the second time. I am shading with the tablet. That is true. You feels like rightness. Well, I guess I'm highlighting with the tablet anyway. But yeah, using the tablet. It's kind of weird, this like reverse shading technique that I've been doing. It's kind of a little counterintuitive sometimes, but it's fun. You know, like just putting down dark midtones and then just only using highlights to like make the image and kind of like what's it called? Like just leaving the dark space dark. If nothing else, it yields a somewhat unique result. And sometimes, like, that can be actually really important. It's like, you see a ton of things that are good, but when you see something that's, like, unique, it can catch your eye more than something that's even maybe better, but just not as unique, you know? I find, especially with comics, there's so many, like, schools of thought. Like, you do it like this, or you do it like that. And, you know, it's like, well, I mean, no. You can do it however you want. And I've always felt strongly about that. Like, you don't have to subscribe to a school of thought. I'm trying to, you know, just have something different about the way I'm going about it, process-wise. It's not a major difference, it's not like it's something groundbreaking, but you know, that just gives it its own somewhat unique flavor. Yeah, I mean, I'll end up adding more darks too, I'm sure. But, you know, it's just like the overall way I'm starting. I mean, maybe not though. I mean, sometimes I'm just like, yep, all the highlights on my midtones are enough. But usually what I'll do is I'll make my midtones twice as dark as I think they should be. Like if a person has like medium tan skin, I'll give them pretty dark skin. And then build up my highlights on it, you know? So like I premeditatively set my midtones up to be my actual, you know, darks, my shadows. And that's what I'm doing just for these two comics anyway, for Tracy Queen and Pack. I feel like if they have like a kind of less common technique to the way they're done, and they both have the same technique, it'll just kind of marry them as Oneshi Press projects in a way that's like, oh yeah, I recognize that. But whatever, I mean, I feel like indie art is generally just gonna be, you know, hit or miss, and it is what it is, and it's like, it's not like people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that indie art project that I totally remember. No, you don't. Like 3 people remember that shit, come on. Now I'm just being negative. Damn it. Why am I being so negative? So like, it's hard when I come across things like this, where it's like, I know these guys are supposed to be wearing white suits, you know, and trying to build up highlights to bring them to white, and starting them off in a color that's darker than white so that I can do shading on them, but not so dark that it just looks like it's not white. You know what I mean? It's like, cap negative. It's definitely faster than building midtones. Yeah, I think so. Tone paper is, yeah, if you're doing traditional stuff. And I mean, I guess I kind of borrowed this idea from tone paper, like the idea of like starting with a darker color and then building it up to be lighter, you know, which is what I do on tone paper. I usually like, I'll draw on like a dark tone paper with like a white pencil, you know, and then also a dark color for shading, but I don't know, it's kind of like what inspired this technique for me. I'm sure it's not an original technique, I'm sure other people do it, but it's not like anyone showed me how to do it. I was just like, hey, I wonder if this would work on, you know, coloring digital stuff too, and I tried it and I was like, yeah, cool. Yeah, old school animation was like exactly the opposite. That is true.
Talking about the money, mix that bleach. His father was the seller that shut down the street. The solitary man with a big heart. The shovel is the fact that sorry is not free. You're dancing in a careworn career. You're looking for a try to live you out of life.
Oh snap. I'm not on my color. That's why things are getting weird. Ah. Fire and Ice. Yeah, that was Ralph Bacci, right? Did Cool World and Wizards and I think. I thought he also did Lord of the Rings. Fire and Ice is fucking weird, man. I actually don't even remember the story though, because I just remember it being so weird that I was just like, the whole time I was watching it, you know, just like, what the fuck? Did it hold up? Because I haven't seen it in so long. was really good. Yeah, I might have to give that another try. I think I just might not have been... I think I was like a kid when I watched it, and it was maybe just a little over my head. Or maybe I was stoned, I don't know. Kids, you know. It's got these crazy notions that, like, somehow at, like, 14, 15, like, yeah, I can handle a whole freaking blunt, sure. Watch this movie. So good.
Dancing in a careworn career, you're looking for a toy to leave you out of boy. I'm just a curry basic Navy pilot. And during my civilian war, and all I see is dollar, 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 you my love. Captured by the grace, I shed my shirt and tie, bearing for my sanity, away my long goodbye. It's safe to be with my nostrils, you know, like a man of broken heart. I see through a hundred barriers, I cannot see the future clear.
I think I wrote it off as just like roto animation, but it was way better than I thought. Oh yeah, a lot of the bocce style animation was roto animation, but also like they filmed it, they directed actors, and then they made animation over it. So that's like weird to write that off, but everyone does. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, well, if they just straight up filmed it, that's impressive. If they animated it, that's impressive. If they did both, how is that not impressive? You know, it's weird. It's just one of those things, you know. But yeah, I definitely wrote off things like that too. But then if you've ever tried to do frame-by-frame roto animation, shit is not easy, especially if you're gonna stylize what you're rotoscoping. It's not easy at all, really. So, what am I missing this panel? I think I know. Okay. I know what it is. Alright, I gotta make a new layer. Damn it. I think I realized when it was Frank Frazetta art, like animated basically. Oh yeah. Yeah. Frank Frazetta definitely nothing to scoff at. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna take off, gonna grab some food, I guess. I shall. TTYL. Alright, well, cool. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. And enjoy your foodular stuffs. I'll talk to you hopefully soon, man. Have a good night. Yeah, dude. We'll talk later. Peace out, Holmes. Well, I'm thinking I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Anyone who stuck around, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, next week I think we'll be picking up with Tracy and Pax. I think next week is gonna be Children of Gaia. I'm getting almost done with finishing the Children of Gaia book, Great Nations of Rendaria. I think there's like 1 or 2 illustrations left for that. Yeah, so that project is going to be done and ready for release soon. And we'll come back to Pack in a few weeks after that, because I'll have 2 weeks of Children of Gaia, 2 weeks of Tracy Queen, and then come back to Pack for 2 weeks. Thank you so much, and seriously, have a great night. I really appreciate it. Enjoy.